Okay. Let's get to it. Where do I need to go for that? Is it the Amara, right? Yeah. I've not necessarily played that much since last stream, because that was literally last night. So there's not really anything different. Really, there's just not. I still have Leather Worker and Goldsmith, so in about 20 minutes we're gonna have the new set of daily turn-ins, so I might try and get those done, because it'll probably get our Leather Worker up to 100. But otherwise, the focus is going to be on the MSQ, and hopefully we can finish Shadowbringers today. The main MSQ for it, and then I can go and do like all of the role quests and stuff. That's the current idea. Let's go. Thine affairs are in order, then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the sea floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus would I petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. Okay. Sullen is the area that's just down from here. Oh, I have won a couple of things for front lines. So how are we doing for that? Oh, I still have shit tons. I should really just start doing loads of Crystalline Conflict, because they're only like 5 minutes, but it's really difficult to try and win them, at least as Black Mage. So I'll need to branch out and try something different. Machinist could be good, although I've not played anything else for PvP since 7.1 came out. There, to the west, can thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? Yeah, about the only thing that's actually green in a sea of purple. That foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for mine insistence. Though it be much to my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mayst glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island, and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. Okay. So, Alphino has gotten better at swimming, but Urianger can't swim. Or at least can't swim well. I wonder what this could be. Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together, giving the impression of giant stone eyelids. No. Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it just your imagination? Well, what hast thou discerned? It reminds me of a certain primal. Most perceptive. According to the lore of the Pixies, we are even now perched upon the back of an ancient Fey entity. Its name is Bismarck. Aye, the selfsame title by which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Vanu Vanu of the source. I would enlist its aid to bear us into the deep, and thence banish the waters with an airy sphere, alike in form to the domes which do shelter the hamlets neath the ruby sea. Within its compass we may move unencumbered, and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as it most surely shall. Now, I must needs ask for silence while I make my supplication.
Sach, Bilan Bismail.
Lo, Imida, Sawin, Mirane. Amatagnai.
Fallen si lor wislan, adas si alinal.
I should probably be reading out what it says, given they're not speaking English.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
We need Feoul. After all, she is king of the fucking Fey.
Oh, my snake yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can. Gers Bismail win picked. Van dromi drom Jacob. Van reed rithje.
That's right. I called Fey Mommy on you.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
That's right. In some Final Fantasies, you get an airship. In this one, we get a fucking submersive island that can fly? That's not quite what the lunar whale is. That was a spaceship.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
Ah, the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
Turn around.
What the? Do you see that?
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
It's just created a tidal wave.
Whoa there! It's not stopping. Run! Run!
That was a nice little aside cutscene.
Vanana Anna. Tilden Sino. Iri Almsi. Thunne. Aktva Thonyasni. Tagnai.
I have a feeling that the landing wasn't so good, huh?
Wow.
The breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
Okay, and yep, we are now under the water and in a whole new zone. Well, glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. 'Tis here that we shall find the lair of Emet-Selch, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Ascian alone, it is of course a trifling matter to flee unto the rift. Yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serveth as the key to the Crystal Tower and its powers of temporal transportation. Thus am I all but certain that this underwater realm harboureth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. Now, as for where we should be looking, I rather doubt Emet-Selch will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope down toward the deeper trenches, and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then, but watch your footing. The ground's still wet and like to be slippery. This is a very good area to power level Blue Mage. There is there's an enemy here that you can kite into getting killed by another enemy. That is, I think, level 80. And you get increased experience from kills in the overworld as Blue Mage. So it's basically the only way to solo power level. So you can understand why it would be interesting to me. Now, the thing with this area is there's a lot of verticality to it that obviously we're not seeing yet. So it's going to be kind of annoying until we've unlocked flight. Hello. It's a Sahagin. Ooh. I like that etherite. And there's the gemstone trader, so hopefully I unlock him soon, because then I can get mount speed up very early on in a zone. The finless ones, they followed me. Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water? Ah, so this is where the Ondo make their home. I had wondered. Pray, forgive us any inconvenience we've caused. We were not aware your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, and thus beg you for your understanding. Chieftain, what are we to do? Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? The mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave. I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. So, what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Emet-Selch's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return? We cannot dismiss the possibility. But if these Ondu refuse to speak with us... do you remember my first scheme for entering Yulmore? How I had planned to ingratiate myself by offering lucrative trade opportunities with the Ondo? The individual I dealt with was reticent in manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach do you have in mind? That chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. If we are to tread the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. 'Tis plain our all too dramatic arrival have thrown this settlement into confusion. Were we to solve such problems as we have caused, and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them, they may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores, but very well, if it can be done quickly. What do you think? I've nothing better to do. But I do worry what will happen if the Ondo's tales end up leading us to a dead end. I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Asians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation, thus I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. We will make allies of the Ondo. Then it's settled. Y'shtola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. After, you won't believe who I've just bumped into. This is Porsche Uan, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Yulmore. I waited, and you did not come. Then the Mistle came, but his visits did not continue. I am truly sorry, Porsche Uan. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology? Perhaps. Where the dry return, a cavern to the north, is home to giant crabs. We do not fear crabs, for we are the swifter swimmers. But now there is no water, we run, and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them. Too many. I believe I can be of assistance there. And what of you? If you've not found a task, you're most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should appreciate the company, where the dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. So yeah, we're gonna do some deeds and have some fishy fun, while hopefully sorting some other bits out, because it is a full. Okay, I'm gonna have quite a few side quests to do then. This isn't a very long section, at least quest-wise. There might be lots of dialogue and cutscenes and stuff like that, but there's not a lot of quests. But if that quest is any indication, we might be fine. This is one of the things where it might be that I struggle trying to get this ether current, because it might be a level below on elevation. It sure seems to be looking that way. Wait, to the east. I would put it out here, so yeah, it's going to be below. Okay. Is that the only teleport here? I thought there was another one down in the south of the map. You could crack their shells. You must be stronger than you look. I see you've reached your quota first again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say we've reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number. My thanks to both of you. You must have a reward. Nay, Po Shuan. This was to be part of my apology to you, remember? Besides which, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I'd very much like to learn more of you and your people. Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam, aimless and lost, until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Strange buildings they were, and long had they stood under the water. Yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provided shelter for my people, protection from the tempest's turbulent waters and the predators which hunted them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear the race who had built such wonders had guided their course, and from this did they discern the truth. That the ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers of their eternal sanctuary, until such time as they returned. Thus, if it is judged that your coming, and this great vanishing of water, was by the ancients' design, you will find warm welcome here. A truly astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance, or otherwise, of our arrival be decided? The ancients have blessed us with protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter. Then it would seem our earlier decision was the right one. We thank you for the lesson, Po Shuan, and will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any other trouble, pray, do not hesitate to ask. We should return to the task at hand. Only do try not to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain. After. Have you learnt aught of note? Fascinating, and precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. She wants my eyes. My eyes! Hail, finless one. Welcome to the Cups. Long have I wanted to converse with one of your kind. I am called Narosh Cole. How may I address you? After Bun. Curious. Before we speak at length, there is something I would show to you. Let us leave behind the Cups and head due west. Come. Hold on, I need to go down. Whee! I went too far down. Apparently. Oh, and there's the Aether Current. For the sake of ease, oh, what the fuck am I doing? Yes. Speedy quick. Speedy quick. Speedy quick doesn't help getting stuck on telemetry. These are relics of your kind, yes? The leavings of a ship that sailed the seas above long, long ago. They lie as they fell, untouched by the Ondo, for most have little interest in the affairs of the finless. I, however, do, ever since I was saved by one of yours. After being washed ashore, weary and near death, such kindness is rare and a wonderful thing. I would know more of the people who showed it to me. So I ask you, Afterbun, teach me your ways. These objects, for example, what purpose do they serve? How are they to be used? He gestures at the nearby debris, entreating you to inspect them closely and offer a detailed explanation. So, this is used as part of the mating ritual. Among that's all, folks. Among the debris, you spy what appears to be a rotting ship's wheel. That was carved from the wood of one of your many trees, yes? What purpose does this peculiar contraption serve? It is used to steer the ship on the water. The vessels your kind uses to traverse our waters. Then without a wheel, it's at the mercy of the wind and currents. I see. Among the debris you spy what appears to be the remnant of several shattered bottles of wine. Such fragile containers they were. I suspect they once contained something of great value. What can you tell me of their purpose? They were used to store intoxicating spirits. Fragrant liquids which cloud the mind. I have heard of these before. Do finless ones so delight in dulling their wits? Yes. basically. Thank you. In our short time together, you've already taught me so much. A pity that none of those pearls of wisdom will serve my needs. What needs? Narosh, what are you thinking wandering off on your own with this finless one? This is no time for you to fiddle with their leavings. Clutch Mother is in terrible distress. No, you don't understand. I brought her here to... Pray, forgive this child his impudence. I am Zerosh Awan, and on behalf of the Clutch Mother I come to entreat your assistance. Eh? It seems you do not realize that in driving back the waters of the Tempest, you have placed our beloved Clutch Mother, leader of the Ondo, in mortal peril. She is pregnant. Here in the depths she will give birth to many, many eggs. We male Ondo will then take them into our care to raise them as our own. But absent the flowing waters, we know not if she will be able to deliver them safely. If not, the future of our people will be in jeopardy. The flood of light claimed many Ondo lives. Though we have rebuilt our numbers somewhat in the decades since, it would be devastating to lose an entire generation. Or worse, the Clutch Mother herself. She wishes to speak with you directly, that we might together find a solution to this dilemma. Will you return with me to the cups? Narosh, come. I will not let you trouble our guest or the Clutch Mother further. Everything I've done, I do for her. I think my dinner is starting to kick in because I am a sleepy bitch suddenly. So we stand and we cool the room down, because maybe it's just a bit too warm in here. Oh, my back. Weirdly, I don't think the bright lights help, because they're kind of tiring. Not that I think I could fall asleep very easily in front of them, but they are tiring to the eyes. Beyond this gate resides Clutch Mother. Fuck. Approach and hearken to her words. Honored guest, I, Clutch Mother of the Ondo, do bid you welcome to our realm. You will forgive me for receiving you in this fashion. For the safety and well-being of my children unborn, I must remain within, away from the dangers without. As you know, under normal circumstances, this place would be filled with blessed water, from which I would draw strength and support to bring these eggs into this world. Alas, I am but half submerged now, and I fear for my ability to fulfill my sacred duty. I am given to understand you and yours are ones responsible for drawing back the waters of our realm. With good reason, I am sure. However, it is my sincere hope you will agree to aid us, given that you are responsible for this state of affairs. Fear not, I desire no direct assistance. Rather, I would beg a boon of your people's knowledge. Of childbirth and how the finless ones ease the burden of their struggling mothers. Zerosh Uan will be my agent in this matter. Heed his words and answer his questions. That is all that I ask. Do you consent? Sure, why not? I thank you, honored guest. Go well. Then it's agreed. However, I must consult with her attendants before we speak further. For now, I bid you and Narosh Cole go about your business, but be ready if called upon. Wait. Have you a moment to converse in private? Outside the cups, please. So is this going to be a quest line that I need to deal with? Or is it just an Aetheryte quest that starts a quest line that isn't mandatory? Well, I suppose none of this is mandatory, but isn't mandatory towards getting flight. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to be granted an audience with the Clutch Mother. I hope this serves to help you understand how important these eggs are to us. Before you came to the cups, I had been searching for a means to assist her in giving birth. That is why I had been studying the relics of your people. Unfortunately, I found nothing that seemed suitable for this purpose. I cannot stress to you enough how important she is to us. She is mother to all Ondu, of every egg brother and sister. We would do anything and everything to welcome them into this world and see them grow into healthy, happy Ondu. There must be some way in which you can help us to achieve this end. Okay, yeah, it's a quest line that I don't need to worry about. Cool. Now, there are 2 tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings which surround the Ondu settlement, and note their most distinctive characteristics. For the second, I wish you to use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray, be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigations. Distinctive window. The tall, slender towers feature many elaborate windows, the likes of which you've seen nowhere else. What if this is an old settlement from when the worlds were all together? And this is where the Asians called home. You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. And what have you discovered? These walls be tough as shit, yo. I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. 'Twould seem the structures appear the same to both your sight and mine. And you say you could do not so much as a scratch to the wall, even with all your might behind the blade. Everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials, for which I do not have a name. The buildings I had you investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you, it is nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties, blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronken Empire, once the greatest power in Norvrad, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkens, then who? Who were these ancients the Ondu claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answers lie with the reason Emet-Selch withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Emet-Selch is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Ascian agenda. Or mayhap 'tis a place more dear to him than any other. Are you saying this was built by ancient Ascians? That's what I'm saying. That is my theory, but these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first they might have remained untouched for millennia. A copy of the mural in the Katana Ravel. Olmert presented it to me during my visit to Fanau after our victory in Kalutia. Here, in the first scene, by Emet-Selch's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those you have just inspected? We are close to the truth. I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I have seen, naught more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no such structures. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest. So I don't have any kind of indication as to where to go from the map. But that's fine. They said to go to the northwest, so I'm going to head to the northwest. I feel like I'm not northwest anymore. I'm just west. Wait a second. This looks like it could be promising. Yeah. If in doubt, ether current. Does that put us at 3, by the way? Yeah, so we've got 1 left to discover. Definitely appears to be the right structure. Aye, this is the mural writ large. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lie hidden beneath the ground, I wonder? Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins. Countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all except a handful of Asians. And yet it did exist. They lived here, in this city. But let us focus on what we've learned thus far. The Ondu chieftain spoke of mysteries stirring, of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes this phenomenon related to the ancients' return. Thus can we surmise that what the Ondu saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Emet-Selch himself? It is almost certain he is here. Or there. But if we are to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek out our companions and share what we have learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we make all reasonable haste. If you are not too weary, it may be useful to speak with Palsh Uan again, and ask if there is aught else he is willing to divulge. Okay. Ah, Alphino's friend. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused when the waters parted. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the Walls of the Forgotten? Are they the ruins to the northwest? Yes, that is the sacred site of which I speak. Could it be that your footsteps were guided there by the ancients?
I believe it may be so. Listen then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you were to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then any doubts as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grenold. You'll find his workshop in a metal structure to the south.
Grenold, the craftsman that we were told about from Crystarium. I'm surprised I've not found anything that I need to murder for hunts yet. Hello. Oh, that's just great, that is. My mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Grenold, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Or might be as you're a ghost, eh? Go on, foul shade. Feast yourself on me rotten soul. I got no use for it. Craftsman what can't craft's more pointless than a sea slug with a doming hammer. And that's an insult to the bloody sea slugs. I need to psych him up. That would psych anyone up. Eh? You wouldn't be trying to raise my spirits now, would you, spirit? Not what you'd expect from a servant of the Netherworld. And so this is the variant of Geralt. Clearly. Has it really come to this? He's the best craftsman in any world, on any star. What's that supposed to mean? Not impressed with what you see, lass? Aye, well, may have let myself go a bit. This was meant to be my underwater sanctuary, a place where I could concentrate on my work, far from the distractions of the outside world. And yet, here you stand. Now what's so damned important that you dive all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me? Ah, the Ondo's lamp. God's curse me empty head. Not so much as made a start. I'm worth less than a sea slug. Nay, the slime left by a sea slug. My delivery date's long past, my workbench is untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artisan. You've heard their beliefs, have you? Bringing light to them ruins will be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. And it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion. But I just can't bloody well... I'm blind. My mind's a bleeding blank. It's like I've pissed away my last drops of inspiration. Tell me you got something to show me. Something that'll give me a muse, right? A good kick up the arse. The Ondo want the honour of the coming of these ancients, so their answering light's got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. Like the spark of life caught in a crystal, but just being sparkly's not enough. It's got to dance with joy and sorrow and a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? Grenold seeks a particular kind of inspiration, the kind that crystallizes only at the culmination of a long and tragic tale.
Complete any of the role quest lines available at the Wandering Stairs in the Crystarium. Then return to Grenold once more. Fuck. Okay. I forgot that it's required for the story. Well, I guess we know what we're doing. Which quest line do I want to start with? It's fine, because basically this is how you get the artifact gear for the jobs. Is you do the role quest line, and then you speak to him, and he basically gives you all of the armor for that role. So I knew that I was gonna have to talk to him after doing my role quests. I just was hoping that it could wait a little bit. Alright, shall we do aiming then? Or we could do... So that one's aiming. I think you're healing. No, you're healing. So they must be physical DPS? Or magical DPS, maybe. And then I think you're tank. Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Wait, you wouldn't happen to be... Wouldn't happen to be... Yeah, of course you are. This plain from the way you carry yourself. You're just the sort of woman I've been looking for. You're perfect. Is this you trying to hit on me? My name's Lurik, and I am a bounty hunter. But not just any bounty hunter, I'll have you know. Nay, I'm not wont to settle for run-of-the-mill prey. I hunt sin eaters. Not only that, I've recently set my sights on a particularly notable fiend. One of the 4 cardinal virtues. Those infamous instigators of the flood itself. And naturally, it'll take considerable strength and skill to defeat such a formidable eater. And I'm not afraid to admit I can't do it alone. However, with the aid of equally formidable allies, I'm confident it can be done. And you, my friend, are exactly the sort of ally I have a mind to recruit. Feign interest. I knew you would be interested, and should the challenge alone be insufficient motivation, know that I have a substantial financial resource at my disposal. You'll be duly compensated for your service, rest assured. However, as much as I'm certain you're the right woman for the job, it is only meet that I put your skills to the proof. A simple test should suffice. Pray, don't be offended, but you'd be shocked how many people present themselves falsely in order to enrich themselves or to impress others. It's a fair point. Although you've not told me how you want me to prove anything to you. I have to meet him in Lakeland. Okay. I'm not feeling so sleepy anymore, so bear with me a moment. Changing out my sweatpants for just pajama bottoms. Well, maybe not helping the whole I could sleep in this situation. should mean I'm a little less warm. And therefore less likely to be sleepy. We'll see how long that lasts for, I guess. I'm very catchy in my throat. I hope I'm not getting sick. And knowing my luck, I probably fucking will be. So where is this stinky boy? Oh, just past him. Here we are, our proving grounds. You need only slay a beast of suitable ferocity before my very eyes to demonstrate your own. Naturally, we require bait to lure one out of hiding. Oi, my lord, got your package here? Well done, my good man, and here's your payment. Okay. Oh, the bait in question. Easier to have it delivered than to take a detour and pick it up myself. Rather more efficient as well. Time's money. Now then, need only place it in the open and slay whatever comes to claim it. Can't imagine it'll take long for something to come hither. Okay. Ah, I need to... Ravenous Smilodon. Looking like Diego from Ice Age. Fantastic! I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Come, let's return to the Crystarium at once. If I'm just going back, I'll just teleport. Fuck it. Wait, what am I doing? Congratulations on a kill well made, my good woman. I dare say this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership. Let's commemorate the occasion with a feast. Eat, drink, be merry. Wonderful stuff, isn't it? My compliments to the chef. Another helping? No? Are you sure? Really, no bother. Oh, very well. I should like to return to our earlier discussion. That of the virtue I've engaged you to hunt with me. Andrea is her name, and she roams Northrant in the guise of Renda Ray, fallen warrior of light and renowned hunter of Eld. She's a most elusive eater who's been sighted in every corner of the realm. Though her movements are unpredictable, she has often been witnessed pursuing and slaying extraordinarily dangerous beasts.
I can well imagine the question forming in your head. Why not leave her be? If anything, is she not aiding local communities after a fashion? Alas, no. For the beasts she slay rise anew as eaters, which pose even greater threats to the small folk. So you see, this one wretched sin-eater is a truth sowing untold chaos by carrying on as she does, unleashing more of her kind on unsuspecting towns and villages all across Norvrand. Only you and I can stop her. So, she was a warrior of light. What an odd thing to ask, but never mind all that. Whether or not they were heroes or villains or whatever 100 years ago doesn't matter to me. The simple truth is, Renda Ray was the greatest hunter who ever lived, and beating her at her own game would be an amazing feat, don't you think? And regardless of what the Warriors of Light were before they became Sin-Eaters, that's what they are now. So we'd be doing folks a favour by killing one. Well, what say you? Will you hunt Andrea with me? With pleasure. So begins our formal partnership. I can see it now. You and me in the heat of battle, fighting side by side. The picture of courage and camaraderie. It's going to be grand. Naturally, it will take us time to study and understand our prey. Eaters can behave in strange and inexplicable ways, particularly powerful ones like Andrea. I've been doing my best to get inside her head, to think like a hunter, but it's easier said than done. Anyway, as soon as I've determined where we ought to begin our search, I'll inform you at once. Oh, is the reward lacking? My apologies. Next time I'll see to it that you receive a rather more substantial compensation. So I think there's 6 quests in each role. Wait, it's you! It's really you! You actually came! I mean, never mind. You're here to hunt Andrea with me, yeah? Of course you are. Why else would you be here? And wouldn't you know it, one of my hirelings should be returning with new information any moment now. Greetings, my lord. I'm pleased to report that Andrea was recently sighted in Armoreng, in the vicinity of Samael's backbone, it would seem. Apparently, there was a right vicious spider what was giving folks trouble, and now that it's been turned, it's about a dozen times worse. They'd be grateful for any assistance. I see. Well done, my friend. Your payment, as promised. Why bother going out and about pestering the small folk for news when they can employ others to do it for you? The better to devote our precious time to rather more important matters, I say. And owing to my winning strategy, we may now depart for Armoreng and the delightfully named Samael's backbone, for in pursuing the spider, we may yet find its maker. Okay, so is it mainly just going to be go to this location, kill a thing, come back? Because if so, that's really not that bad. Let me just grab this map real quick, because I've not done that yet. Oh, it's multiple pieces of map. That's fine. 1 second. There we go. Sorry about that. This is certainly the place. I gather those bones once belonged to dear Samael, but I see no troublesome arachnid. It being a rather large desert, I'd considered hiring a few trackers to hasten our search, but I've yet to spy a place where such individuals might congregate. Pity. Nah, nothing for it but to roll up our proverbial sleeves and do the dirty work ourselves. We should split up and search the sands for this sin-eater spider. Whoever finds it first may have the honor of slaying it themselves. And should we not find it, well, after we both have searched for a suitable length of time, I say we meet back here. Let the hunt begin. Hold on. Things to murder, stuff to do. You survey the surrounding sands, but find no trace of the spider that you seek. Found it! Although that doesn't look much like a spider, that's a scorpion. Hello. Looking like fucking Dark Link. Big kitty. Wait, that's Curl Regina. There she is. The Scourge of Norvrat, the Devourer of Souls, Balam quits. We bring this mark down, they'll be singing ballads about us till the end of time. Never mind the king's bounties. Hells, we could buy ourselves a couple of castles apiece. Flanking maneuver is discussed. Wait for my signal, then we'll strike as one. Wind has changed direction. Damn it, she's onto us. Don't panic, we planned for this. We'll act as decoys while Render Ray brings her down. Go, go. Wait, not yet. There's no need to rush this. Sod it. Always so headstrong. Bugger me. My head. I can't. That was quick. No. No, come back here. Finish it, you bloody bastard. Finish me. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Not let it end like this, I promise. Kill that goddamn beast if it's the last thing I do. Hey, what was that just now? I've had headaches before, but the way you were thrashing about wasn't like anything I've ever felt. By the gods! And I thought we were lucky just to catch a glimpse of Andrea. But you're also telling me we were granted a vision of her past with this power of yours? Though, 2 warriors killed while hunting a great horned beast. A beast their surviving companion vows to slay in revenge. I've heard this tale before. I know it. It's a common enough sort of tale, I suppose. And regardless, she is gone. Come, let's return to the Crystarium and celebrate your accomplishment. And back we go. Table set, so I bid you raise a glass with me, that together we might toast your spectacular accomplishment. There's really nothing quite like a hearty meal after a job well done. Drink up, my friend, drink up. Had your fill? I've another few bottles ready and waiting to be opened. No? No, very well if you insist. It occurs to me, my good woman, that I have yet to ask you your name. So quickly did we forge our friendship that I hardly noticed until now. After Bun. Reek and After. Yes, I rather like the sound of that. Reek and After, the daring duo. The brave bounty hunters, the scourge of sin eaters. Once we've slain Andrea, not a soul in Northrant will not know our names. They shall ring out across all the realm. But I should dwell over much on the victory before the struggle. A wise hunter's prepared and patient. 'Twould be prudent to send double, nay, triple the agents afield to seek out promising new leads. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're a gillionaire. Worried about the budgets for our brave endeavor? Well, don't be. I'm prepared to fund our activities as needed. No expense shall be spared. None whatsoever. There she is, come to rejoin her bosom companion in the great hunt. It is well that you have, for I have obtained new information concerning a sighting of Andrea on Calusia. The fiend has transformed yet another deadly mark, a great bear in this instance, into an even deadlier eater. so it falls to Reek and After to slay the newborn eater and continue their pursuit of Norvrant's most notorious virtue. To Collusia and to glory! Yeah, these quests aren't too bad. They don't take very long. Which makes me think that I might be able to do more of them very quickly. Let us brook no further delay and commence our search. Separately, as before in our meringue, if you catch the eater first, I grant you leave to kill it without me. I trust you'll not be disappointed if the reverse were to occur? Surely not, surely not. I myself would be most put out if I happened to lose to you a second time. And so on that note, may the best hunter win. I do think he's at a disadvantage given the fact that I can fly. But you know, he made his bed, now he has to sleep in it. No trace of a bear. Despite looking far and wide, you fail to find any trace of the bear you seek. Perhaps Lurik was indeed the better hunter this day. Hello. Who are these guys? Hate to say it, but it seems we're late to the party. Landbird and his mate slew the bear before we could. So it's true then. You've cast your lot in with the boy. Poor daft sod. But I don't understand. The eater was a newborn. How could you possibly have learned of it and gotten here before we did? Well, see, that's the problem with relying on hired help. They're loyal to your coin, not you. You're not the only one willing to open his purse. But more importantly, Reek, what's this I hear about you hunting Andrea? With help, I mean, rather than all by your lonesome. I've a distinct memory of you storming off in a huff saying you didn't need me or anyone else to finish the job. Tell me I'm wrong. Do as you like. Help or no, you've no chance of beating me to the prize. Because unlike you, I'm not all talk. Neither are my mates. Speaking of mates, how much did it cost to buy her friendship? Do tell. Piss off, Landbird. Why are you still here? You got your mark, didn't you? You should choose your friends more carefully, sinner. When it all goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you. Well, he seems lovely. You have questions, I'm sure. As you may have surmised, Landbird was once a comrade of mine. I took him into my service that we might hone our skills battling sin-eaters in preparation for facing Andrea. However, I soon came to see that he was not all that capable of a hunter, so I dissolved our working relationship. Unfortunately, he did not take it in stride, and instead resolved to recruit new companions that he might beat me at my own game. It would seem his fortunes have improved greatly of late, so much so that I fear we can no longer afford to dedicate time to tracking lesser eaters, and must promote our undivided attention to the pursuit of Andrea. As such, we should be getting back to the Crystarium. But before we depart, I have one other matter to attend to in Yulmore. If I might trouble you to accompany me, but of course you will. Let us be off. Hey, Type H. How you doing? What? No, I'm just gonna teleport. That's the wrong teleport. That's the right teleport. You're doing all right? How's the bunny? Getting there. Going through some stuff with my ex, sorting out like getting her taken off the mortgage and all that shit. But otherwise, doing all right. Things are moving forward, and there's been some positive stuff, so it's not all bad. Allow me to introduce you to my father and mother. Father, this is my traveling companion and dear friend, After. She and I have resolved to hunt a particularly deadly sin-eater. Indeed, I cannot overstate how terribly dangerous this eater is. That to pursue it is to court death itself. However, when we at last triumph over the fiend, all of Norvrand shall sing our praises. Won't that be wonderful, Father? So long as you do not sully our good name, you are free to hunt whatever quarry you desire. I can do without all the petty details. Now then, how much do you require this time? Out with it! Oh, never mind. Just give the boy my coin purse, would you? I'm sure it'll suffice for his trivial pursuits. That is why you are here, is it not? Another handout. Don't play coy. You've never been any good at it. You know, I honestly don't know why I came here. Keep your coin, Father. We're leaving. Right now. Doo-doo-doo. Oh no, the yawns are back. Forgive me, but I would forego the wine on this occasion. Father's lackluster reception has put me in rather dour spirits. As you may have gathered from our exchange, I'm a free citizen of Yulmore, owing to my parents' considerable wealth. I've enjoyed a relatively privileged upbringing. Privileged and unbearingly boring, which is why I quit the city and resolved to become a bounty hunter. I'm no fool, though. I'm well aware of my fortunate circumstances, which is why I elected to conceal them from the people of the Crystarium. People are wont to jump to uncharitable conclusions. I feel as though you and I have established a rapport, though, and so I thought it best to bring you into my confidence. I pray you refrain from telling others. Now then, since Landbird has decided to turn this into a race, we've no choice but to oblige him and slay Andrea before he does. This calls for a veritable army of hired hands. Alas, in a fit of frustration, I refused Father's coin. Without additional resources, we have no choice but to conduct the search by ourselves. Moreover, I'm rather embarrassed to admit I can only pay you a token sum at this time, but I trust that will not deter you from joining me anon. I was never in this for the gil. Really? I mean, of course you weren't. Perish the thought. After, my friend, thank the gods you're here. Ever since we parted ways, I've been exhausting myself running all over the Crystarium, questioning anyone and everyone, hoping someone might have seen Andrea. But alas... Only the Crystarium? Well, of course. Surely this is the limit of what a man with meager financial resources can accomplish. But never mind all that. For it but recently dawned on me that the vision you beheld of Render Ray's past could hold the clues for which we've been desperately searching. When you first described it to me, I felt as though I'd heard it before, and I had. My wet nurse had told me the exact same story when I was still a boy. 'Twas a tale of a courageous hunter who, together with her comrades, embarked on a quest to slay a notorious mark, a great horned beast. They came upon their quarry in a desert, and there attempted to lay it low. Alas, the beast had a singular strength, and the hunter a fatal weakness. And so, in the ensuing struggle, her comrades were killed, leaving her the sole survivor to swear vengeance. Would you not agree that your vision is a perfect match for this tale? Then there can be no doubt. Render Ray is the celebrated hunter, the hero I so admired in my childhood. After that tragic day, the hunter resolved not to rely upon others, and instead slew the beast by herself. She somehow found a way to compensate for her weakness. Anyway, my recollection of the tale is likely riddled with errors. We should ask Miss Olvara to recount it in full. She was a bounty hunter herself before she entered into our service, you know. Also, in light of all this, I would share with you an interesting theory concerning all the virtues I heard from a fellow hunter. Apparently, each appears to be driven by particular memories, moments that forever changed each of these fallen heroes. Makes sense, doesn't it? Render Ray being a hunter of notorious marks in life and in death. Don't know why it never occurred to me before. But if that is indeed the reason for why she behaves as she does, then the more we learn about Render Ray's adventures, the better our chances of predicting where she'll turn up. All the more reason to go and see my former wet nurse. Miss Olvara lives in Gate Town on Calusia. Let us be off then. I think right is still probably one of the best locations to go from. Yeah, boy. After, this is Miss Olvara, the wet nurse who raised me for practically the entirety of my childhood. She was bonded to my family and lived with us in the city at the time, but when I came of age, she was forced to leave. My, you've grown into such a strapping young man. I can't imagine you came to Gate Town just to pay me a visit, my little reek. Not in front of her, if you please. But to answer your question, we did in fact come here to see you. There were stories you told me as a child of a courageous hunter. Was that hunter perchance the warrior of light, Render Ray? Of all the reasons you could have had. Aye, those stories were of Render Ray, the greatest bounty hunter of her day, the legend so many aspired to become. Less so after the flood. It was still fresh in everyone's mind when I was younger, and for all the good they had done in life, none could deny the chaos they sowed in death, as sin-eaters. But despite all that, me and my mates still look up to her. We knew all her feats and swore to preserve them, in secret if need be, that she might inspire future generations as she had ours. So years and years later, when you wanted to hear tales of adventure and heroism, I couldn't help but share with you the ones nearest and dearest to my heart. I only wish I hadn't had to change all the names. Then it's true. The hero who I looked up to as a child, whose tales of daring do drove me to take up the bow as you had, to pester you for training that I might become a bounty hunter. It was her. Miss Olvara, After and I are hunting Andrea. We believe that one of the stories you shared with me may help guide our search, namely the one about the great horned beast that killed her friends. Will you tell it to me again? Wicked White, is that? Oh, my little reek. Very well. Even as a young hunter, Brenda Ray's incredible hearing was unparalleled. She could track a quarry through a forest by the most minute sounds of their passing, from miles away even, by some accounts. Even the most subtle and stealthy beasts never eluded her for long. A misplaced foot, a snapped branch. Eventually, Brenda Ray would know, and her aim was always good and true. As she grew older and honed her skills further, she set her eyes on bigger prizes. She became a hunter of notorious marks, and together with her comrades earned fame and fortune. As their reputations swelled, so too did their egos. Only the most dangerous game would suffice, and so they resolved to hunt the Scourge of Northrend, the Devourer of Souls. Balam quits. But what Brenda Ray didn't realise was her greatest strength would prove her undoing. For when she faced Balam quits, the beast roared with such force it brought her to her knees. Helpless, she could only watch as it claimed the lives of her beloved comrades and fled. After burying the hunters and vowing she would one day avenge them, she took to the road once more. She met Ardbert and his fellow warriors of light, and for a time she accompanied the fledgling heroes on their adventures. To them, she was a breath of fresh air, a vibrant young woman who savoured every moment and found joy in the simple pleasures. They knew naught of her fallen friends or how their deaths weighed heavily upon her. The party wandered the realm, performing many great deeds and growing ever stronger, as did Brenda Ray. While in Calusia, she even devised a means to defend against the powerful roar that had been her downfall in that fateful day. And then, while engaged in an adventure in Raktika, a rumour reached Brenda Ray's ear. Balam Quit, Scourge of Northrend, Devourer of Souls, had been spotted wandering the Citia swamps. It was a golden opportunity, but to seize it would be to face the beast alone. She could not wait for Ardbert and the others, nor could she ask that they forsake their sworn duty. But perhaps it was just as well, for the memory of her defeat still haunted her. The courageous hunter had allowed a single fear to take root in her heart. The fear of losing her new companions, as she had her old. So it was that Brenda Ray ventured forth in secret, resolved to slay her hated foe, Balam Quits, alone. And with all her strength and guile, the legendary hunter did just that. Vengeance claimed, she rejoined Ardbert and the others, and never spoke of the terrible battle twixt her and the dread beast. From that day forward, she was Brenda Ray, the warrior of light, and the deeds of her and her companions would be celebrated forevermore. It's strange to think the woman I admired when I was young would become the sin-eater I swore to slay. What she became doesn't change who she was. Even if the tales were a little embellished over the years, they were rooted in truth. She was and will always be a hero to me. And to you, I hope. Thank you, Miss Olvara, for everything. I promise I'll visit you again soon. So, remember that theory I told you before about the virtues being driven by powerful memories? If Andrea is reenacting the journey leading up to a confrontation with Balam quits, then the one that took her from Armoreng to Kalusia, then the next destination must be Raktika. Right, that's where she laid low the beast at last. In this city of swamps, to be precise. That's where we shall go. Let us away. Oh, okay, we're going now? Now listen, Reek. There's an awful lot of people who don't know about Renderay, or the world for that matter. So wherever you go and whatever you see, remember not to take it at face value. Don't just accept what others tell you is good and true. Listen to your heart, decide for yourself, and be safe. After, was it? It's a pleasure to have met a friend of Reek's. His parents never hesitated to provide him with all the wealth and opportunities they could. But when it came to love and support, well, all I can say is it's a miracle that boy turned out as well as he did. One can never have too many friends or too much support. That goes for you as well, I should think. Very true. You can have too few friends, but rarely too many. Although you can have the wrong friends. Ugh. I really need to sort out my beard at some point. Just, you know, tone it up. Make it less scraggly. But I'm probably going to end up fucking it up. Ooh, hello. When I was little, Miss Olvara seemed so much bigger and stronger than me. Though to be perfectly honest, the way she carries herself even now bespeaks a confidence I can't help but envy. But never mind that. We have a virtue to hunt. Let us commence our search at once. Keep your weapons at the ready, my friend. This is only level 76. There's still 2 more quests after this. Oh, hello. About time our luck took a turn for the better. There she is. What, now? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I wish you were all here with me, but I know it's better that you're not. We have a score to settle, you bloody bastard, and this time I'm ready for your tricks. Oh, is that why it's synced? Am I actually going to play as her? Oh, interesting. And I have an interrupt, so I'm going to need to use that. I mean, given that I'm an archer, I'm going to just keep running around because there's no reason not to. This is gonna take a while, isn't it? Okay, we're a third of the way there. Finally. Okay, but we've got new moves. This is riveting. Okay, good. Oh, hey, Albert. Our true strength were the friends we made along the way. Kill me? Thank you. I kind of like this though. I like that it's showing sort of the adventures of the original warriors of, well, the warriors of light of the first, I guess, as they still were back then. Okay, so Lamet is the healer, but they've got 2 paladins? That's interesting. Okay, we got it down to 20%, but this is taking a minute. Motherfucker. Okay, I've kind of had enough now. Nearly there. Nearly falling asleep. And we're done. Tough old bugger. Everyone alright? Oh, but I don't know what to say. Thank you, everyone. And I'm sorry for trying to go it alone. And why, pray tell, did you even try to do anything so foolish? If we'd been here from the first, it would have been anything even approaching a challenge. Back in the day, I was a bounty hunter. I've told you that much. I haven't told you about my old partners. Together, we tracked and claimed countless notorious marks throughout Northrend. We were the best in the business. Everyone knew our names and our reputation. They called us legends. And somewhere along the line, we started to believe it too. And then we set our sights on Balam Quits. I survived. They didn't. I swore vengeance, but had no idea how to go about pursuing it. Then I met you lot and thought that maybe, with your help, I might just have a fighting chance. So you see, I never intended to keep it all a secret. It's just, you never asked, and since I'd rather not talk about it. Easier to live in the moment, you know? The next town, the next job. The weeks flew by, and after a time, I started having second thoughts. I'd lost those closest to me before. I didn't want to live through that again. Are we or are we not comrades? Through thick and thin. These bonds of fellowship between us must come before all else. Otherwise, they may as well not exist. You say the thought of losing us pained you. What of our feelings? What of our loss? What if we had not arrived when we did? You've saved our lives more times than I can count. How dare you refuse to let us do the same? Without those keen ears of yours, I'll never know what bollocks Brandon and Albert are whispering about me behind my back. And ignorance is not bliss, let me tell you. This one's worth a fortune, eh? And fame besides, I'll wager we won't have to pay for our drinks when we get back to town. Oh gods, not another night to remember. Don't you worry your pretty head over our fearless leader's questionable constitution. Take pride in the victory, for the small folk will sleep easy once they hear of Balam Quits' demise, until Ardbert's drunken snoring wakes them from their slumber. And on that note, I think it's time we quit this place. And Renderay, I trust the next time you decide to hunt deadly game, you'll do us the courtesy of extending us an invitation. And there I thought I was doing you a favour by keeping you out my personal affairs, selfish as it was. Oh, fine. But if you go and die on me, I'll pay a necromancer to raise you from the dead so I can kill you out of spite. Agreed. Now then, mind cutting off whatever it is you need to take back as proof of the kill? I don't want to lose our reward on a technicality. Such a fine crystal. Why not hold on to it as a memento of this occasion? Wake up, damn you! Hello? What's wrong with you, huh? That's the second time your so-called gift has cost us a chance at slaying Andrea. You know what? I've had enough. Enough, I say. Yes, I don't need your help. I'm perfectly capable of hunting the Sin Eater on my own. Good luck with that. Upon our return to Gate Town, you'll be given your final payment, and we'll be free to go our separate ways. Okay, so you want to go back to Gate Town instead of the Crystarium. Lahi? I'm really struggling with regulating fucking temperature tonight, huh? Although I suppose the heating is now off, because it's nearly 10 o'clock. It has actually cooled down. So I suppose it's only fair that I'd need to close shit again to try and retain some warmth. It's because Neff has been home, so I've had the thermostat outside this room. Otherwise, I'd only be heating this room. Honestly, don't know why I ever placed my faith in you. You are such a disappointment. Consider this the formal dissolution of our partnership. Let none ever again speak the names Reek and After in the same breath. Yes, never again. With that, I bid you good day. When he was little, Reek's parents punished him for a time by withholding his allowance. Without money to lavish on his friends, he soon found that many of them were only drawn to him by his wealth. I dare say he feared you would abandon him as they did and decided to push you away first. I'm not trying to make excuses for what he said. I can only hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Take some time to think it over and come and see me. Oh, and take this for your troubles. I'm sure a talented woman like yourself is needed all over the realm, so thank you for sparing a moment to hear me out. Since you two parted ways, Reek has come to visit me several times. Though he's in blessedly good health, I worry for his spirits. I think you may have been the only friend he has had for some time. I considered journeying to the Crystarium myself to look in on him, but I find travel rather difficult these days. If you would go in my stead, it would put my heart at ease. Okay. Although he ain't here. Lurik's customary seat is empty, and there's nothing to suggest he has occupied it recently. Perhaps someone will have noted his passing. Looking for Master Reek, are we? I dare say you're the only one. Word is, Mummy and Daddy cut him off, so there's no point in pretending to like the little shite anymore. Last I saw, he was moping about like someone had shot his Amaro. I'm sure he'll turn up eventually. Caluzia, right? You're Lou Reek's partner. I was with Lambert, remember? Was, I ought to stress. Because after we left you, we headed straight to Raktika. We'd heard a rumour Andrea was there and Landbrid wanted to strike while the iron was hot. By the time we realized we were overmatched, it was too late. I saw Landbird fall, and then when the Eater set her sights on the others, I fled. Call me a coward if you like. My cowardice saved my life. Wicked white, I still remember looking back as I ran, and seeing Landbird rise to his feet. I told everyone what had happened to warn them off the hunt. Some listened, but a few bloody folks took up their weapons and joined the hunt. Glory-hungry imbeciles. Not a one of them's returned. Didn't expect Lurik to be one of them neither. I remember thinking it odd, especially when I saw him leave for Raktika alone. You're meeting him there, I presume. Good luck, friend. But have no doubt that you're going to your doom. Who else do I speak with? Ah! You. Lurik, Mr. Lordling. If he ain't sat at his usual table, then I've no idea where else to look. Thanks. That was helpful. Meow. You okay there? Lahi? Every time. Every time. I can't help it. After? Why are you here? Don't tell me you came for me. I mean, I won't tell you that then. It's terrible, it's horrible. Andrea, she's... Oh, she's here. Render Ray, if aught of you remains, then hearken to my words. I have come to lay your soul to rest, alone, as you yourself faced Balam Quits a century ago on this very ground. Yeah, she won alone. Lambert. Oh gods, no. Was she replacing her comrades, or were some of them the other warriors of light? Don't tell me. You beheld a vision of my past just now, didn't you? Aye, I thought as much. It wasn't but a moment ago that I confronted them. Awfully useful, that trick of yours. Though I can't understand why you kept using it every time you ran into Andrea. I can't control when it happens. Huh? So it wasn't something you did deliberately? Good to know. Anyway, unintentional or not, at least I won't have to convince you of what I saw. She turned Landbrid and those other hunters into sin-eaters like herself. A Hume axeman, a Galgant swordsman, a dwarven healer, and an elven mage. Looked awfully familiar, didn't it? She's rebuilding her fellowship. She's remaking the Warriors of Light. But for the life of me, I can't understand why. I mean, I understand why she came here in the first place. She's reliving the hunt for Balam Quits. But Renda Ray slew the beast by herself. The stories were clear about that.
Actually...
What? They were there too? Then the stories were wrong. God strike me down, I've been such a fool. Why did I ever think I could do this alone? I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me for all the things I said. I've regretted my behavior ever since the day we parted ways. It was stupid and nonsensical and utterly pointless. I'm not sure I could even tell you why I did what I did. It's fine. Water under the bridge. Don't worry about it. Thank you, my friend. I hope it's all right if I call you that. All right then. Andreas should be around here somewhere. Still on the hunt for Balam Quits, I expect. Not that she'll ever find it. No doubt Landbird and the others are with her too. He and I may have had our differences, but I don't wish that fate on my worst enemy. He deserves to be laid to rest. They all do. Renda Ray most of all. She is my hero. And if I have to kill her to save her soul, then so be it. But this is too much for even the best hunter to handle alone. And I'm far from the best. The only way to see this through is together. You and me, my friend. What say you? Let's do it. I ask for a word and you give me a nod. Fair enough. Before we resume the hunt in earnest, though, let us return to Gatestown and let Miss Olvara know all is well. After all, you wouldn't have come unless she sent you. Lahi? What a pleasure to see you again, and in the company of little Reek, no less. Am I right in assuming you've patched things up? I should like to think so, yes. And it's all thanks to you. Had you not implored her to give me another chance, I might well be sitting alone in the swamps, dwelling on my myriad failings. And you, my friend, I know not why you sought her out on your own, but I'm glad that you did. Miss Olvara's perhaps the only person who truly cares for my well-being, but she has no one to look after her. Don't be silly, Reek. I have you, don't I? And before you start blabbering about how you wish you could properly reward after, as I can tell you're about to, know that I've prepared a hearty meal just for her. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. Nevertheless, I shall see you both duly compensated once we've claimed the bounty for Andrea. And claim it we shall. For united, Reek and After are unstoppable, is what I'd like to say. But I know my own limitations better than anyone. 'Twould be prudent to make proper preparations at this juncture. You two should see to it that you're ready for the struggle ahead. It'll be a mighty one indeed, but one well worth the effort, my friend. Okay, the last quest in this set of role quests. After, my friend, my partner. I trust you're ready? Good, good. That's very good indeed. For before we depart to face Andrea, for what I pray is the final time, I have a confession. I may have been somewhat misleading when I intimated the tremendousness of my martial prowess. In truth, it rather pales in comparison to yours. Uh-huh. You don't say. I gather you were not unaware of this. Truly, you are as perceptive as you are mighty. In my defense, I must say that when I realized what an exceedingly powerful warrior you truly are, I was dumbstruck. I struggled to conceive of how even to broach the subject. Furthermore, I must admit that great majority, nay, all our efforts to hone our skills in preparation for the battle to come have been entirely for my benefit, that the disparity between us might not be so readily apparent. To think my insecurity drove me to postpone this fateful day for so long. In my cowardice, I allowed Andrea to assemble a party of followers, where before we might have only to contend with the one foe, we must now confront 5. And for all my preparation, I'm still no more likely to be an asset to you than a hindrance. But perhaps that need not be the case. In discussing this grim reality with Miss Olvara while you were away, I hit upon a potential stratagem. Recall you render Ray's greatest strength and weaknesses, her preternatural hearing. We can be reasonably certain that Andrea is possessed of it as well. Therefore, if you were to fashion a device that could produce a loud noise at will, you could use it to secure an advantage in your battle. What I lack in strength of arms, I may make up for with guile. While it will not guarantee us victory, it will surely bring us one step closer. 1,000 pardons, Master Reek, but I am come to deliver a message from your Lord Father. Daddy? What does he want with me now? It has come to your Lord Father's attention that you've acquitted yourself rather poorly as a bounty hunter, and have brought terrible shame upon your family name. He commands you to cease all such activities at once, and return to the city forthwith. Should you fail to do so, you will be stripped of your citizenship and family name. No further financial assistance will be provided. Oh dear. You may tell my father and my mother the following, that I am Lou Reek, proud bounty hunter, slayer of sin-eaters, that I have no intention of renouncing this cause, and that they are free to do as they deem fit. Tell them that if they have no son, then I have no parents, that I have no family save Miss Olvara, who has shown me more love than they ever have. Very good, Master Reek. I shall deliver your reply to them at once. I feel like he's happy about that. Right, now that's settled. We can get to work crafting that giant noisemaker of ours. Let's consult with the craftsman of the crystalline mean at once. I dare say you lit a fire in him. Never thought I'd see the day when he'd muster the courage to say anything like that to his parents. Okay, so back to the Crystarium again. But this time to the crystalline mean. Or the game could crash. That's something that could happen too. Where has that gone?
They appear to have lost a thing.
That's fine. I can look for it later.
Although I could have sworn it was around on my desk.
Nope, don't know where it's gone. I'll look for it later. There we go. Hello.
What's all this then? You got something what needs making?
Indeed I do, good sir. I wish to commission the production of a device that can generate a tremendously loud sound. It must be small and light enough to be carried by a single individual as well. Ain't that one of the stranger requests I've heard? Well, if it's just noise you want, then I wager we could make do with a special blend of fire sand. Aye, I think I got just the recipe for your needs. I'll need some choice ingredients, mind, and you'll need to go and fetch them for me. Fetch? What precisely is it you require? Well, there's this one particular beastie native to Calusia what's got a singular diet and leaves these massive dung piles. The fresher the better, if it please. For a few varieties of grasses native to Raktika. Oh, and some iron ore from our meringue. I can give you a list if you like. To wit, I'll need to travel to the far corners of Norvrant and back? Oh dear, this is rather more involved than I... No, more excuses. I'll do whatever must needs be done to see this through to the end. My friend, I'll not impose these tasks upon you. I insist you remain here while I go and fetch the required materials. Okay. I get to just sit and wait for a change. Although, where is it that it wants me to go? Oh, all the way back to the... Okay. Fuck. It was a series of surprisingly harrowing experiences, but in the end I managed to obtain the materials necessary for the construction of my secret weapon. That gentleman was rather accommodating. Despite being somewhat put out that I had not any gil to pay him for his labour, he was nevertheless willing to teach me how to craft the arrows myself. He said he found my industriousness endearing. I must confess, despite being utterly exhausted by all this busy work, it has been somewhat refreshing. And now that my noisemaker arrows are ready, I cannot wait to put them to the proof. If all goes to plan, the explosions should be loud enough to incapacitate Andrea for a time. Let's put an end to her tale, my friend, and in so doing, write the opening of ours, that of Reek and After, bounty hunters extraordinaire. Come, Raktika and glory await. Back to Slitherbow. Okay. I don't know why it keeps crashing. It has been an issue that it's kept crashing on and off since 7.1. Yeah, man. Yeah, I think I crashed like 2 or 3 times whilst doing PvP earlier, which was very annoying because I kept I died each time that I did it, but it also got rid of any of the battle high that I had and reset my limit break every time that it happened. It was most annoying. If I may make one small request before we begin, please, for the love of the gods, please try not to succumb to any visions of people's pasts. This really could not be a worse time. It's a fair request. It's not something I can do much about, but... Well, you still with me in the here and now? Aye. Excellent. Then we can attend to the task at hand without worry. Let us lay to rest our fellow hunters and grant Render Ray the peace a hero deserves. I'll distract Andrea with a noisemaker arrow. Seize the opportunity to strike. Here goes nothing. Hergerger. It worked. It really worked. I can't believe it. Are they defending her? Damn it, we'll have to deal with them first. always take out the healer first. Fuck off with your healing. Okay, one down. Okay. That's him down. Okay. Fucking die. Uh-oh. Her arrows are like fucking railgun bullets. Hey, dude, been a long time. How you doing? You're fine. Almost wanted to hit your head on the wall. Why is that? Just a little bit of damage there. There we go. Because Mega Man Battle Network bullied you. Ah. We won. Even seeing it and saying it, it hardly feels real. Huh? What's that you've got there? Wicked White, you're... the uncorrupted version. You're Render Ray. The real Render Ray. I should have never betrayed your trust. Never again, I swore. Never again. Balam quits. The Shadow Keeper. The Flood. Come what may, we should face it together. No matter how hard it got, how terrifying it was. That's what it means to let someone into your heart, knowing full well that nothing lasts forever. To welcome the fear and the pain, the sorrow. When I lost my parents, when we laid the Keeper low, you felt it too, didn't you? To place our faith in a desperate, hopeless attempt to save everyone, and to see it amount to naught in the end. What else could we do but offer up what tiny remainder in a final futile effort, even knowing deep down it was worth but a few moments more? What is this? You gave me fear, and that fear gave me strength. Wait, there's so much I want to ask. I don't understand. What was she talking about? It's not right. It's not fair. The heroes sacrificing themselves for nothing, becoming villains, being forgotten. Thank you. I could have never gotten this far without your help. I had no idea who Render Ray or any of the other Warriors of Light truly were. It was all ancient history for me. Why would I care who some Eaters once were? I was no better than my parents, judging them out of hand, dismissing their sacrifice, not bothering to look deeper. I made it all the easier to pursue Andrea for my own amusement. I pray I've made up for it in part by helping lay Render Ray's soul to rest. Miss Alvaro is probably worried sick about us both. We should return to Clusia and let her know that we're alright. I'm doing alright. All things considered. There's been a lot going on. Neff and I broke up, and we're still dealing with effectively the divorce. Not that we were married, but like sorting out the house, the mortgage, things like that. Ooh, is there a hunt? Someone just put LFG. But that's in Raktika. Apparently. Is it? I could join a hunt. Yeah, there's Ixtab in Raktika. Let's go and do that real quick then. What a name for the party that I have joined. But yeah, it's things have been progressing. That actually reminds me, I need to check. The solicitors sent me something. No, not the solicitors. The bank sent me something about the mortgage earlier today that I need to check. Hopefully, Neff will be moving out end of this week or early next. Hopefully she'll have a flat sorted out, which will be good because I'll have my space back. And it'll be good for her because she'll be able to actually spend time with her new partner. So yeah. Though I appreciate out of context that might sound like she left me for someone else. No, she left me, then found someone else just quite quickly. You bought Elden Ring, but you need to wait. You need a new graphics card. Yeah, I'm glad that I upgraded stuff earlier this year. The next upgrade that I'm probably gonna get is one of the capture cards that goes into your PC like a graphics card. Because there's still a lot of PlayStation games that I need to play. Right. So yeah, if I get a better... The thing is that getting that would future-proof me as well, because it means that whilst I've still only got this computer, I've got, you know, a much, much better way of streaming console stuff where I won't have to deal with, like, hopefully won't have to deal with, like, audio delays and stuff like that that comes from using an external capture card rather than an internal. But also, if I was to then get a second computer, I could hook that into my current computer, and my current computer would become the stream PC, and the new one would be the gaming PC. So it future-proofs me in that respect. But yeah, it's I've spent a lot of money the last couple of weeks. So while I could pick one up right now on Black Friday for like 200 quid, It's 200 quid I don't need to spend and might be better off saving to put towards a new sofa or something when Neff takes the sofa. My little Reek, after, congratulations on a job well done. And from one hunter to another, thank you for helping Renda Ray to achieve a measure of peace. She was a hero to me too, and it broke my heart to know that what had become of her. To have your legacy tarnished so, to have the world call you a villain even still, but at least I can take comfort in knowing she can finally enjoy a long rest. Whatever others may say, whatever others may say, we will preserve the truth in story and song. Renda Ray, the bravest hunter there ever was, and more importantly, a true friend to those she held dear. I can only hope to measure up to her example someday. For now, however, I say we return to the Crystarium and raise a glass in celebration. Glass of what? Apple juice. Delicious. Andrea's bounty's been paid to us in full, my friend. So come, let us eat, drink, and be merry. I've been meaning to ask, but I have the impression you're rather more acquainted with these warriors of light than you've been letting on. What exactly do you know about them? Kind of a lot. That is so preposterous a tale, I have no choice but to assume it's true. Offering up their lives to first cross the rift, then to halt the flood. Wicked White. It must have taken her so much courage to see it through to those final moments. A courage born not of a desire for glory or dedication to an ideal, but of fear and love for those with whom she had forged unshakable bonds, her comrades. I won't pretend that we have anything even approaching such a powerful connection, but I would like to think that if you were in mortal peril, that I would fly to your side without hesitation. Having said that, if I was tested as Renda Ray were, if I were challenged to offer up my life for others, without even knowing if it would amount to aught, I doubt I could rise to the occasion. I am a child and a fool who knows little of the world. I've been coddled and spoiled and have only just tasted the bitter fruits of life that you and countless others sup on daily. You're made of sterner stuff, far sterner than me, and that's why I know I can never walk your path. Do you wish you could? How could I not? I cannot recall a time I have felt happier and more alive than when I have travelled with you. But you have countless other journeys ahead of you, don't you? You're destined for greater challenges, whereas I'm suited to rather more pedestrian affairs. Know your limits, as Miss Olvara used to say. Meeting her again after all these years, seeing how much older and more frail she had become, made me realize how little time together we have left. She shouldn't have to live out her days living alone and in squalor. I've decided it will not be so. I shall return to Calusia and attend to her needs. for I would do my utmost to repay the love and kindness that made me the man I am today. Good on you. Therefore, though it pains me to say it, I fear this celebration must also mark the end, or at the very least a tentative suspension, of the glorious partnership that was Reek and After, bounty hunters extraordinaire. Should you ever find yourself in Calusia, however, do come pay us a visit. Okay, finally. Speaker of the brave. So, now we go back to the Ondo Cups. And we can go and speak to Grenold. And he should have several things to give us as well. Because I also did the set of the roles that have the most classes. Because it's melee and physical ranged DPS that was included within that role, apparently. So yeah, we're about to have kind of a lot of stuff. I've let the Ondo down, aye. But more than that, I've let myself down. Might as well get back to mending kettles. What's that you got there? Such striking beauty. It shines with heartache and laughter and the transience of life, like the turmoil of history made manifest. Aye, I can see the brilliance of the crystal's legacy. You'd never capture such a gleam, not if you laboured 100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where are my tools, gods damn you? Must set to work before the feeling fades. I can feel it, a vision forming in my mind. Step aside, lass, and let me itching hands get to work. Oh, he crafted something high quality. And done. I've taken the wonders that crystal showed me and channeled them into a new shape what befits the Ondo's spiritual character. Looks pretty good. Not a bad job, if I do say so myself. And to think I was this close to hanging up my hammer after studying the craft of them ancients. I've been across the length and breadth of Northrend and gobbled up every scrap of crafting wisdom that I could find. But no matter which techniques I tried, my work was just no comparison. I couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages. That's what drew me here in the first place. I built my workshop, got the forges burning, then lost my bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods for that crystal of yours, or I might never have gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle has been through the kind of journey they sing songs about. The echoes of the memory it holds just speak directly to your heart. Aye, I can still feel them coursing through me. The inspiration's not fading away. It's welling up stronger and stronger. Give me the chance and I reckon I can weave the Crystal Saga into other things as well. But bugger me, I'd almost forgotten the Ondo commission. If you could drag that lamp over to Tol Shath for me, I'll stay here and dream up new armaments for you to try. Ta-da! Yep. I have every DPS. Well, every non-magical DPS equipment, but I think this might also be the base for the base for the thingy Bosnia relics. Let me shut that the fuck up real quick. There we go. Hopefully that won't make any noise now. If it does, that's something that I need to look into a bit more. The new tablet, so. And it's also Android, which I've not touched for like 4 years. Because I don't need an iPad. I just need something to watch YouTube on when I go and visit my parents over Christmas, pretty much. Oh god. We're nearly there. He says, knowing that he's about halfway. Can I just... No. No, I can't. Because of the claim anyway. I can't just, like, mash my way through it. Is what I was trying to do. There we go. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of gear. Wait, it included Reaper? But Reaper was added in Endwalker. I suppose that this is the only way to get like an armor set from their quest line though, because they don't have actual quest lines anymore. Okay. They're pretty basic, but not terrible, I guess. Let's have a quick look at the weapons at least. What about the gun? It's a pretty shit gun. It's not a terrible bow, but I'm also not a massive fan of it. Daggers. Those actually aren't bad. Those are actually pretty nice. Cool. Katanas. That's alright. The katana. The gloves. They're gloves. Also not terrible. Not a massive fan of the spear. So now, if I sort this, it's gonna sort its... Okay. Let's try and see what sets look like then. Because at the very least, it's always going to be the same set at the beginning of it. As far as Dragoon sets go, I don't hate this so much. I kind of like those parts. I'm not sure how I feel about the chest. I think if it didn't have the weird horns at the bottom that make it feel like it comes out way too fucking far, I'd prefer it. But okay. That's Reaper. No, sorry, that's Dragoon. Now let's see Reaper. Which by the looks of it is mostly going to be the same as the base initial Reaper. It doesn't look bad. It's not dyeable, but that's because I think this is going to be stuff that leads into the relic. I'm not crazy about the pants, but that chest I actually quite like. Yeah. Okay. And then Samurai. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. That's not bad. What was the right? No, that's ninja. That's giving Auron vibes. I definitely don't hate that. All right, ninja. Oh, I like the little shoulder tattoo. I would have liked it if there was no upper arm piece as part of the chest. So it was just like a bodysuit without the sleeves. The helmet's pretty fucking weird. I kind of like the boots though. Okay, Bard. Ooh. Ooh, okay, I actually really like that chest piece. That's a nice chest piece. Oh, okay, so that is the trousers. Are the shorts with those legs. I would honestly prefer it if it was just the shorts again. But so far, these sets have actually been pretty nice looking. Okay, machinist. I kind of like the chest piece. I like the boots. Wait, dare I think? Shorts! Actual shorts! Okay, I might have to integrate those into a glam for machinist. Okay. And lastly, we have dancer, which already is looking pretty fucking good. It's basically just a skimpier version of the Thavnarian dancer set. But that's fine. So basically, is it... Yep, okay, that's just... If I get rid of that... Okay, no, those are part of the loincloth as well. Okay. I don't hate that as dancer either. So yeah, there's some decent glamour opportunities there. Always worth checking out. What is it that you have there? The sacred lamp. Then the Finless One has kept his promise. My people tell me of the many deeds you have performed in the name of aiding the cups, and now you come to see me bearing the light we had almost surrendered hope of ever seeing. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. The time for fear has passed. We shall take the lamp and unveil its austere illumination upon the walls of the Forgotten. Gather there with your companions, and we shall speak again once prayers have been offered.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
That crystal you showed the artisan. Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
I thought you were always watching.
I tried to give you a measure of privacy.
Oh yeah.
No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day. So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal? Oh, it was render raised then. Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you.
Oh,
to
really?
the very end.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
It seems we succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Yoshida was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Asians.
An Asian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emet-Selch was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
Bit fucked.
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes, impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Thank you. 'Tis most appreciated.
Shall we?
We shall. You hate one thing when you're trying to sleep. What's that, Addy? The chieftain has bid me guide your steps to the illuminated land. Come, the way lies downward. Follow the path of coral and rock, and join your comrades below. Whee! Oof. You hate you lose yourself in your own thoughts. Yeah, overthinking's a cunt. I'm right there with you. All are gathered, yes? Then I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cavern beyond and follow the wall down and down and down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest. Then continue west and west and west. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance and do not stray into the deep.
Just before the journey's end, you will find the Caliban Gap and the barrier we placed at its mouth. This obstacle will fade should you raise a hand toward it. We have made it so. A most succinct explanation. We thank you for your guidance. Right, deeper into the depths we go. Music can trigger that too, but only those you don't want to hear. I also feel that. I have realized since Neff and I broke up that a lot of the music that I listen to is rock that might mention breakups or relationships. So yeah, sometimes when I'm listening to music, I'll just be like, nope, skip this song, no. Our guide bade us to travel to the oak cavern floor and thence to the west. Yet 'twould seem these twisting tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care and relay the path ahead to those who come behind. How many ether currents do I still need? So I still need 3 side quests and 1 discovery. Oh, I only had to kill the one of them? All right. I didn't mean to aggro that one. Smooth radio can play one song you don't want to hear. You have a choice of 2 routes from here. You can either take the long way to the south along the rocks, or skip along this coral branch as Alizé has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. Okay, we've made it to the Caliban Gorge. There you are. Come on. I think I found the tunnel we were looking for. Don't get stuck. Come on. There we go. Oh, there was a hole there. This looks like a barrier that we might need to raise our hand to. Here, this must be the barrier the Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. It was a treacherous path indeed. Now, I believe one of us needs but raise a hand to banish this next obstacle. After, I elect you to do the honors.
Gone. Just like that. I suppose we should head in. Like as not, this tunnel will be just as perilous as the road we walked to get here. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? Hey, ride! Oh, I can't just drop down. Well, that's boring. Scene. Dare I hope it be voiced?
By the gods.
Welcome to Rapture. Does kind of look like it, to be fair.
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Then we are seeing the same view. The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures. But these... everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
Did you note the style of the architecture? 'Tis the same used for the remnants at the cups and the murals painted towers. Look closely. Emet-Selch has not simply reclaimed these ruins, he's layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. Gods, the magnitude of his artifice is staggering, though it pains me to admit we did not fully understand the feats of which an old-world Ascian is capable. Doesn't matter. The end of the world. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at that tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench. And there is the last ether current that we need to discover. Perfect. An imposing door. Look at the size of those doors. Now I know how pixies must feel. Afterbun recognized. Welcome to the city of Almarot. Will you be riding the lift? What? Did the building just welcome you? Mayhap it is not so passing strange. Did Emet-Selch not invite after to visit his abode? 'Tis plain thy coming was expected. And where will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Akora Heights, but is presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yards of rope, we've little choice but to accept the offer. With emphasis on the we. I'm not about to let you walk into that place alone. I wish to ride the lift. As you wish, the lift will arrive shortly. Next stop, ground floor. Facilities include the Bureau of the Administrator, the Bureau of the Architect, and the Capitol. It's only at this distance that you start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. What did that voice call the city? Amarot. Look, over there. Is that a person? Ah, no, my mistake. That's a giant. Doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant or no, a resident of this place may have much and more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Alphino, you can't just... Urgh. Pray, excuse my boldness, but might I ask you a few questions? Oh, what adorable costumes! Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. How odd. That sounded like no language I've ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. And which district is this exactly? You must be lost. Poor things. You stand in the Polylurite district, wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Can you tell us who rules this city? Who rules? What a curious question. Mayhap you refer to our supervising body, the Convocation of 14? So Emet-Selch isn't the leader here. Emet-Selch is a member of the Convocation. Were you hoping to witness its deeds firsthand? Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near, and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back? No, thank you. We'll be fine. Very well. Take care, little ones. How remarkably polite. What was all that about? To my eyes, these people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Emet-Selch wove them from ether much as he reconstructed the rest of the city. The final days. Such words well befit the oblivion described to us by our Asian foe. A catastrophe of unprecedented scale, which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiark and thence Heidelin herself. But that happened centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? That man spoke as if they were rushing to avert a disaster here and now. Unless, for these people, the distant past is the here and now. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphino. This ethereal Amarot and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. Emet-Selch hath resurrected a memory, a moment in time from before the star was sundered. So, we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city inhabited by the long-departed, an unusual situation to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, see if we can't learn the location of our quarry. And while we're at it, it wouldn't hurt to wheedle out a few more details regarding this convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. To mingling, then. Let's meet back here when our jaws start to ache. Okay, no, there is another aetherite. I just couldn't see it for some reason earlier. Let me guess, it's in here, isn't it? Twould seem the hall is host to a most precocious visitor this day. And what, pray tell, shall be the subject of our discussion, young one? Ah, the convocation and their handling of the coming peril. It is only natural that you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep this star turning season after season. Be it the speaker, La Habrea, or the emissary, Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Logrif, Mitron, Emet-Selch, their individual titles have, as a gesture of respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus it is with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumour that a seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, 'twould be an unprecedented development, and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviours are toiling. In any event, I for one am confident they shall deliver our star unto salvation. Okay. Oh, there's little ones too. Good gracious, child, where is your family? You should not be alone at a time like this. Run along home, quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon fix our star. They are calling it the final days. 'Tis said it starts suddenly, a cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair. Every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance. An eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. No one can point to the source of the phenomenon. 'Tis as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimical to life now festers and spreads. 'Tis only a matter of time until Amarok too resounds to that discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. An audience with Emet-Selch? I'm afraid you have the wrong office. And besides, you'll be far too busy to field the questions of curious children. Surely you've been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the convocation must be spent on ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement, but it's said the 14 are moving forward with a plan of scarce credible proportions. One which promises to grant will to the very star itself. They will invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence, and then they will rewrite the laws of existence. 'Tis a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spread this far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. After, I was not certain before than I am. If I was not certain before than I am now, the people of this city believe they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled Emet-Selch to recreate this ancient Amarot, and yet I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout this ocean trench. He would have his story known. We can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully then our next move will become clear. 'twould seem our conversations were much alike. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this convocation's efforts to bring salvation out of chaos. I suppose there was talk of little else in the time when these events came to pass. Urianger, if I may, what are your thoughts on the ancients' art of creation? A fascinating discipline indeed. Aught the mind can conceive may be rendered in reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. 'Tis not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Asians, wherein ritual summoning breedeth life into figments of myth and legend. I see we arrived at the same conclusion then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of the ether which coursed through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies, and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere, from a hoard of crystals mayhap, or from the very land itself. Thus, when this art of creation was placed into our hands, it became, in effect, a means for destruction. An interesting matter, which no doubt bears further study, but despite all these revelations, I worry we're no closer to finding Emet-Selch. Has anyone heard aught which might lead us to his location? Not directly, mayhap, but from what we have heard, it seems the Convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. When we went to see for ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission, so we tried our luck at the Bureau of the Administrator, where we thought those permissions might be issued, but the clerk there said he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear in the registry. And that was where we gave up. I wonder, though, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might be that your name is registered at the bureaus as well. Worth a look, I'd say. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for a less official point of entry, just in case. Pray allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove needful. I think I'd like to speak with more of these ancients. Maybe they know something that could help cure After's condition. Would you mind coming with me? Of course I don't mind. Just lead the way. Well, I guess it's the two of us then. Then Y'shtola and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There's surely more intelligence to be had. And so we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the capital. And now we have the quests in order to get the last ether currents. And apparently a lightning cluster. I must say, little ones, those garments you're wearing, they are your own original concepts, I take it. Clearly they must be, given their rather singular flamboyance. I would never dream of stifling a fledgling creator's creativity, but to parade about in your cultivated individuality is hardly praiseworthy. An Amoratine of character shares their creations with the community. They do not hoard them for their use alone. To delight in disparity is a mark of the morally deficient. Disparity engenders feelings of want and resentment, which degrade the bonds of fellowship. Thus do we encourage creators to share and share alike, else we risk kindling the embers of covetousness and violence that ever smoulder in the hearts of all. Therefore, I must implore you, little one, to cast aside your original trappings and don the communal robes, that you might acquit yourself as an equal among many. In so doing, you'll be afforded greater respect and autonomy. Worry not, for this will be a simple affair. I recall seeing a gentle soul outside the Hall of Rhetoric carrying robes, perfectly suited for one of your diminutive stature. I'm sure they will be glad to share their wealth with you. But do hurry, little one. The eyes of the collective are ever watching and weighing your worth. Okay, so I'm gonna get an outfit. Maybe? Although no, because I don't get any reward other than the ether current from this. Oh ho! Aren't we looking rather smart this evening? What can I do for you, little one? Robes to serve in lieu of your ensemble. How prudent. Alas, I have nothing I can offer you at this time. The ones your associates saw me carrying earlier were a failed experiment. I never intended to make them so small, so I disposed of them shortly thereafter. A failed experiment? By your bemused expression, I gather you find it odd that your elders can fail in so simple an application of creation magic. It is more common than you may realize, little one. In this instance, a gaggle of children was passing by as I held the image of the robes in my mind's eye. Simply by becoming aware of their presence was the form influenced and the final product changed. All things considered, it could have been worse. Just the other day, I was attempting to conceive a white-haired lion when all of a sudden this exquisite eagle alighted on the nearby railing, giving me quite the shock and dramatically altering my initial concept. Yes, indeed. It was a most unexpected development, but not an altogether unwelcome one. Great strides are often born from unexpected impetuses. But even inspiration has its limits. For all the wonders we have wrought, I do wonder if there will come a time when we have fully explored the potential of our powers, when there is truly nothing left unmade, and only iteration and imitation and stagnation remain. But such esoteric matters need not concern you, little one. For now, I would encourage you to embrace your creativity and work your magics without fear of failure. Nevertheless, it would still be in your best interests to don the appropriate robes to avoid excess scrutiny. Why don't you go to the Bureau of the Architect and request the appropriate concept so you can fashion one yourself? Greetings, little one. Come to debate? And at so young an age. How wonderful. Shall we retire to the benches and settle on a topic? Oh, my apologies for jumping to conclusions. My friends are not quite as fond of the Hall of Rhetoric as I am, so I have a habit of chatting up any potential conversation partners. So if you're not here to debate, I presume you're here to learn about the mysterious and esoteric goings-on here? It would be my pleasure to act as your tutor in these matters, if you'll indulge me. The Hall of Rhetoric is, as its name indicates, a place where citizens may freely gather to discuss and debate all manner of topics. This central forum is ideal for open discourse, but smaller rooms are available for those desiring more intimate conversation. Oh, and there's a wealth of reading material concerning rhetorical techniques and history penned by the greatest minds on offer as well, should you wish to refine your techniques through self-study. To my mind, however, rhetoric is a living, breathing thing that is best experienced in the moment of concept and execution. Perhaps a demonstration would best serve to further your education. I saw a contemporary of mine engaged in a lively debate earlier, just outside the hall. Go see if they're still there and issue to them my personal invitation to a friendly battle of wits. That's precisely my point. that their obsession with this so-called mandate to approve only the most beneficial concepts for wider distribution, never mind the ridiculous subjectivity of their criteria, has led the Bureau of the Architect astray from its original purpose. Huh? Have you business with me, child? Regardless, I'm in the middle of a heated discussion with my partner. Come back later. No, my position has nothing to do with the intrinsic value of unique identity and whether or not it is retained. Rather, I posit that the reproductions of a given concept are inherently imperfect, and thus they are themselves unique, albeit in minor but significant degrees. And most importantly, this variance is not to be condemned but celebrated. Better that than to strive in vain for an impossible standard that, even if met, would leave us lesser for lack of diversity. The Amoratines appear to be engrossed in their debate, utterly deaf to you and your pleas for attention. My, aren't you a stubborn little bugger? It's strangely endearing, I must admit. But we have all the time in the world. Why are you so insistent I speak with you this very instant? Ah, you are acquainted with that chatterbox. I suppose I do owe them a debate or two, and now's as good an occasion as any. So be it. I see you found my friend. Thank you, little one. And without further ado, let us commence the promised debate. As to the matter of what subject we shall debate today, I propose the recent calamity which has befallen our friends across the pond. What say you? The singular point of contention is, of course, whether or not Amarot should intervene on their behalf. I believe we should. The scale of the disaster which threatens that distant metropolis is of a scale heretofore unforeseen, and so equally considerable resources must be committed to counteracting its effects. I disagree. The scale concerns me less than the nature of the proposition itself. Who are we to unilaterally intervene in the affairs of those half a world away? Are we to be the saviours of one and all? Such arrogance may well lead to our own downfall. While I understand your concerns from a philosophical standpoint, I fear that you are too quick to dismiss practical considerations out of a desire to maintain an unassailable moral authority. But let us, you and I, hold here for the present, and offer the floor to our young student. You have heard our opening salvos in this debate concerning the fate of our neighbours across the sea. What is your opinion on the matter? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Indeed, indeed. The same can be said regardless of one's opinion on the morality of intervention. There is a clear and undeniable benefit to Amarot in using this situation as a testbed for our newest creations, that we might develop and refine our defences against a potential threat to our own fair city. How readily you cede the moral high ground. Was not our young friend's point that we have an ethical obligation to aid those in need? Yet not only do you instead elect to focus on the benefit to Amarot alone, but you also deprive our distant neighbours of the agency to determine their own fate. You misunderstand me. What benefits Amarot benefits all creation. I firmly believe, for the knowledge and wisdom we stand to gain from intervention can then be shared with others, empowering everyone to more effectively surmount similar trials in the future. Good God. I might not get to finish things today. We're very close. Like, a greater purpose is the penultimate quest in Shadowbringers. But there's also going to be a lot of cutscenes, and there's a dungeon and a trial to do, and it's already 20 to midnight. So I might save it for tomorrow, and tomorrow we finish Shadowbringers. I must say, it's been far too long since I engaged in such a refreshing exchange of ideas. My colleague was equally delighted by the opportunity, you may be assured. Some decry it as little more than an academic exercise. After all, we failed to reach a meaningful consensus. But I dare say they missed the forest for the trees. Are we not more enlightened by the experience? Have we not been exposed to a greater variety of viewpoints? Is there not value in this alone? I truly believe we are blessed to be part of a society that exalts the free exchange of ideas and that encourages active participation in the public discourse. This may have been no more than your first foray into the exciting world of rhetoric, but I sense you have the soul of a debater in you. You may well have the potential to change Amarot in ways no one else thought possible. I shall be watching your trajectory with great interest, my young friend. That was a lot of talking. And not necessarily using small words. Greetings and welcome to the Bureau of the Architect. Are you in need of assistance? It would be my pleasure to answer any questions you might have. To your left is the counter where you may submit registrations for new creations. To your right, you'll find the counter where you may requisition concepts on file. Am I correct in assuming you're not familiar with the services we provide? I see. A more detailed explanation is in order, then. You understand that by harnessing the powers of creation, we can give physical form to all manner of concepts, yes? Picture a bouquet of fresh, fragrant flowers, all the colors of a rainbow. Now picture those selfsame flowers formed of delicate crystal, impossibly fragile and radiating hues beyond the visual spectrum. Every day, our people push the boundaries of imagination to conceive new and striking designs like these. But there are limits to what a single individual can shape with their abilities alone. Those who harbor greater ambitions may offer their concepts to others here, that they might, with the strength of many, accomplish what one cannot. Not all concepts are approved for wider distribution, of course. Dangerous, subversive creations pose a risk to everyone, so it is only after a comprehensive evaluation, after a concept is judged to further the greater good, that we permit it to be shared with the community. Do you understand, little one? Since you are here, I think you might benefit from conversing with some of the others currently availing themselves of our services. Why don't you go and speak with some of the citizens waiting for their registrations to be processed? Much as I would like to believe my explanation was more than sufficient, I expect you may gain greater insight in this way. Hello, hello, little one. So rare it is to see one of your size roaming about here. Come to learn about the Bureau, are we? I'm here today to register a new creature. Boneless and with semi-translucent skin, it drifts through the air like a dancer on a summer breeze. Its tentacles trailing behind, it utilizes gas bladders to propel itself from place to place, you see. I'll admit it's not the most elegant of designs. I'd not shed a tear if it were rejected, quite frankly. But what can I say? I take pleasure in conceiving unorthodox designs. A beginner like you shouldn't take after me, though. If you're looking to pick up a few tips, you should probably ask someone else. Is that my number they just called? If you'll excuse me. Are you the child I saw speaking with the attendant earlier? I thought so. So young and already so eager to learn about concepts and creations. That curiosity will serve you well, little one. I've been credited with a few popular concepts, I'm proud to say. I'm hoping my latest will be equally well received. Autonomous figures. I say my latest, but really it's the product of many others' efforts and individual insights. But such is the case for every masterwork, I reckon. Autonomy notwithstanding, these creations know no fear. They are wholly devoid of emotion, and will, without hesitation or resistance, engage in any dangerous activity, even if death is assured. There's a beauty in that, I think, and I hope the officials do so as well. I tell you, there's nothing more nerve-wracking and thrilling than the waiting period before you receive the result. I love it and hate it in equal measure. Anyway, that's all I've got to say about it. If you're still keen to learn more, why not pester the worrywart over yonder? Come to think of it, I think their particular creation was designed to appeal to children. You there, an aspiring creator come to learn about the Bureau and its inner workings, I trust. That's all well and good, but since you're here, perhaps you can help me with a little something. I've been refining a concept of mine for some time now. Adorable little creatures designed to be the perfect plaything for any young citizen, but I'm still terribly unsure if it's ready to be submitted for approval, which is why I was hoping you might first put it through its paces and tell me what you think. Your honest opinion. I'll have no flattery from you, young lady. This matrix will allow you to summon my creations, but don't use it here. Take it outside first. And don't be afraid to play rough. It's all part of the fun. Welcome to the Bureau of the Architect, little one. Are you here to request a concept for personal use? If so, what sort of concept did you have in mind? Communal robes. That'll take but a moment to prepare. But before I fill your request, I should caution you. Pardon me for asking, but your creative potential is, relatively low, is it not? We are trained to assess these things, and I fear that you do not possess the ability to express this concept in physical form. It's almost as though you completely lack it, though that can't possibly be. But regardless of this reason, you needn't worry. We have special tools that may be used to address this very eventuality. I'll furnish you with an etheric rope you can use to restrain one of the misbegotten cubuses that congregate in the plaza north of the Academia Anida. You'll need to weaken your quarry before you can reliably bind them, but once you have, you can repurpose their energies to create your own robes. What the fuck did you just say to me? Friend! Play with friend. You tried to kill me. How did you find my lovelies? Were they as delightful and engaging as I hoped? Tell me everything, spare no detail. I say, they spouted nonsensical phrases and attacked you like mad beasts? How distressing, and not at all like what I intended. My sincerest apologies to you, little one, for the unpleasant experience. Still, from these experiences do we grow stronger and wiser. I look forward to the day when you will try your hand at creation too. All right, we'll finish this other ether current quest, and then I will call it there for tonight, so I can wind down and get some sleep. But that means that tomorrow, we'll finish Shadowbringers. Yeah, that'll give us plenty of time to watch all the cutscenes and stuff. And if we have extra time, I'll do some more role quests. Okay, so this is a cubus. Oh, I sort of expected another stage afterwards, but okay. Anyway, once this is done, it will mean that we only have to continue the MSQ and we will unlock flight in the Tempest, which will mean that we have flight everywhere. Well, everywhere in Shadowbringers. Welcome back, little one. Did you succeed in binding a cubus? You have done well, little one. Allow me to siphon its energies and prepare the matrix for you. It should only take a moment. Here you are, a creation matrix that you may use to generate your own robes. The concept is inscribed upon the crystal, which has been infused with the ether of the beast you brought me. What? Why are you looking to me as though you do not know how to channel the powers of creation? It is as natural as breathing. Even a newborn babe has the instinct. Even if your potential is lacking as one of our people, you must surely know what to do. Sure. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Well, like I say, I've been going for a bit over 4 hours. As much as I would love to finish Shadowbringers, it is nearly midnight. These quests are probably going to take at least an hour and a half, if not 2 hours to do. So I think I'm going to hold off and do them tomorrow, when we can enjoy it more. So yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I will catch you in the next one. Have a good one. Later.